And we are live. What is up, everyone? Welcome on in. Happy Thursday. I hope everyone's doing well. JR, welcome on in. J Bats, welcome on in. How is everyone? I hope everyone's doing well. Anyway, yeah, more Great Ace Attorney. So, day 2, we are still in the first case. This is one very long ass case. I am surprised that it's taken more than 3 hours to complete this case. Considering usually the first cases of the Ace Attorney games are short. I mean, probably the longest I've played was the first case in Ace Attorney 5, which was like probably 2 hours tops. And my god, this is super long. And it even introduces like new mechanics outright. The case is as long. It is very long, JR. Okay, JR, I'm really trying my best not to comment on the color of your name. Anyway, alright. Yep, trial part 3. Part 3. Usually it's only up to part 2. Jeez. Alright, let's continue this. Let's do this. What is the Deus Ex Machina in this case? Suddenly, on the last case, somebody came in. Oh, somebody new. New evidence? New witness? I don't know. All right. 22nd. Am I recording? Yes, I am recording. All right. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Yeah, this little girl came into court. So, yeah. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha, judicial assistant? And a woman no less. Wow, very sexist. Well, considering this is like set in the 1800s or so, but whatever. Rules state that females are not permitted in this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I asked only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful, Susato. Oh, now we have a third person in this bench. Wow. Hashtag game changer. Alright, who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? Well, it's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's lab in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Borrowed? Alright. Oh yeah, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curer and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curer? Oh god, let me guess. This is one made-up name again in the Ace Attorney universe. It's probably not as it's probably not as horrible as an offendant as the Ace Attorney 4 case 3 name. Jeez, that is very horrible. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Hold it! The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Can I... Oh my god, I thought I could like... You know, zoom into this. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Oh. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Okay, that's interesting. We're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look, the unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. I'm just really concerned that his eyes are very beady. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It is a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. The English language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Obviously, it's the report. Percent is X.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University doing research. I think my mic's a little bit too loud. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death. What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. Neither have I. I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? Report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? ...
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, He would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. Didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. It's in the notes that it causes paralysis. However, it's the other way around. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that courier was used. Explain yourself. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. That could also possibly explain that he didn't what do you call that? He didn't react with the burn mark. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Well, the post-mortem resort specifies Postmortem report specifies cause of death by the bullet. However, technology wasn't as advanced at that time. That's why it didn't notice the toxin. Yo, Coburn, what's up? Welcome on in. How are you doing? Hope everything is well. And thank you for being a fan. I really do appreciate it. Observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly courier poison. Okay, we just need to connect the dots. This is like just conjecture.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... Shut up! It's you who must be taught. Of course, dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? Tired as fuck. Got home about an hour ago from a client shop that started 11:30 and ended around 7:40. Ouch. Wow, that's a really long time. I hope you got paid overtime, if so. Still, another's honest hard work. Another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. How dare you? From his breath, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Upgraded Windows 7 to Windows 10 did maintenance, gotta tally the bill. Oh, alright. So is it like legacy systems to Windows 10? But is it Windows 10 ending support soon as well? Okay. Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough! I for one refuse to accept it. Idea of some poison is that doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why? She's gonna drink it. Oh, business edition. Alright. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? For an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Is she gonna commit suicide, or is this just gonna prove that something else? Cheers. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. That's it, game's over. No, it's somewhere else. The poison wasn't in the water. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no Curare. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying? Ha 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 ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue, most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Wait, you haven't seen the note yet. Didn't the other girl mention there was some note slip or something? This doesn't make sense. There had to be poison in that bottle. If so, how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? You don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? Because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water. Could it have been the sparkle? No, that's just gas. I'm gonna save Scum. Okay. That contains no poison. If there wasn't poison, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry. What? It had poison? It had poison. So wait, was it in the gas? Wait. What is the notes? Through a wound such as that inflicted by a blow that... Oh, wait. Wait. It enters a wound. Wilson had just had his tooth extracted. The defense refuses to change his position.
Objection!
Yup, okay. It entered the body because of the wound. There's no possible way that bottle contains poison. It means we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. Even if that complication can be explained. How exactly? I'm sure the answer's in the evidence. Yup. Alright. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this unscathed? Okay, this is it.
Yes! Objection!
No. After all, we don't speak English. Don't report this under gibberish. It is impudent young scoundrels trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this courier poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use those laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey hunters were going to eat? So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When courier enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew courier's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little kids! Rapscallion! Okay, here's the breakdown. The breakdown's near. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you would be.
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... Shut up! So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw. As even your brain has managed to deduce Curia is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh yes, well, of course. What are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? He would, because he had his tooth extracted. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? He had his tooth extracted. The lady and professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Yes, this Curia poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. It's not! He had his tooth extracted! Even little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? Objection! I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire. Take down my prey.
Objection!
Objection! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. He doesn't have the beady eyes anymore. I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. Okay, we can now present like the clinic book. Yep, we can present this.
Take that!
Take that! She drank the same water as the professor. However, yep, he had his tooth extracted. Fatal difference. The toxic effects of Curia are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it, it's completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Like the wound around you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Hehehe. Breakdown? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! For once, I thought she was gonna poison the waiter because like he has some mouth bleeding. Collect up much of the water from the at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Ahahaha. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You bitch! And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? If our professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. You killed the victim that day using Curare, and then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Where? Yeah, that's the question. Where was the actual second gun? Then in confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? But now, is she going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who could finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. Yes, there's still a bottle of water there. They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. But I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Wow. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. As Kazuma writes, somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I think I might have something. Wait. You can't see the blood here. Well, obviously this isn't a modern photograph. But yeah, the crime scene photograph here is that the bottle here was sealed. The bottle there was sealed, so there might still probably be the other bottle. But then again, they've mentioned that they don't keep the crime scene closed. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. Is it this one? Come on.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? Just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. Oh really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. It's not because there's no exit wound. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it on the plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. Blah, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant has been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Wow, this is one really long-ass case. I would have expected that this case to have been ended by now. Court wishes to examine the plate. Yes, sir. Wow, shouldn't that beef like be stinky by now? Here's what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man! Show the court! Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! Could it be ketchup or tomato sauce? There was blood on the side of the plate. It was a... You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at the courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Yeah, they're all Japanese. Brett is English. So assume that this is like... yeah, they're speaking in their native tongue. And like the italicized English words in the dialogue are the actual English words. This sorry-looking steak reveals all the facts too clearly. Wait. I don't know if like... shoot. Okay. I don't know if the steak was fully eaten or not. But here, this is half eaten. So it must be in a wrong table. Wow, it just showed up in the court record now. Was the blade I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? It's the coin. I think it's a Koban coin. It's the hallmark from the Hawaii era, I believe. What is it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hawaii Koban? Apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. I don't think it ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means... Okay. Wait. So wait. So this means that this crime scene photo is another table then. This is another table. This is the table with what they call that? With military guy and curator guy. Also because the bottle of water is sealed. Yeah, the bottle of water here is sealed. Here you can't see. Also, you can't deduce whether this has been half eaten or not. So probably in all the commotion, that Koban theft happened. Never stop believing in yourself. Yada yada yada. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine... I've examined the evidence. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Yes. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. You enjoy beef? So the eye, but beef is expensive here. Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I'll not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. A newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Same there. But yeah, when I was there, like, steaks are so cheap compared to the price here. But then again, it's probably not the like the A-grade steaks. Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense will now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. Where precisely on display beefsteak is this new clue to be found. IG can be $8 for a tray of 2 or 3. Oh, alright. So... yeah, I think that's cheap if you convert. Yeah. And what cut is that? Is that like sirloin, T-bone, tenderloin, rump? Yeah, the coin thing, yada yada yada. Rump is pretty expensive, yep. And apart from the meat juices, yada 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 yada. Yeah, yes. You'd have to take a photo to show the pricing. Oh, I need to present this right, damn it.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, that's a Koban coin. What on earth? Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Shut up! What a ridiculous question, how should I know? I've never seen that thing before. Okay, so I think that they swapped the stakes of military guy and swan girl.
Objection!
That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't we observe? We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoey Koban just appears to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency, a rare Hoey Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you, no one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is essential. We asked the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person that can belong to. Yeah, it's curator guy. Yeah, Curio Correcuta.
Take that!
Can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Correcuta-san. Curie as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese games. These are quite unfathomable. Yes, because they are puns. My god. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? So wait, also waiter inspector guy mentioned that he also took the steak off the sergeant. Oh, so the gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Do you mean to tell me? Please, why would Korekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate?
Yes!
It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here without a moment's delay. So now there are gonna be 4 people on the stand. I have a strong hunch that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Aido? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself became a ruined man in the trice. A worthless withered antique. Eat the baby. Nothing more. It's the baby's fault. The baby did it. Be that as it may, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this? Wah! That's it. The very one. Okay, wow. He just has like a knife sticking on his foot. The splendiferous Hoey treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your Hawaiian sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hawaii treasure between a slab of meat and a metal blade. Who would do such a thing? Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Masanaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. You don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Karakuta Sans Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us. I need to save Scum. So there are only two choices. There could be a third. So my choices would be Military Guy, Swan Girl, and Dr. Wilson. Wilson could be a thief undercover as well. But the two prime suspects would be Iesa and Giselle. I'm led to believe that I should present Giselle first.
Take that!
Yeah, seems like a likely candidate for Kuban Thief. No, come on. This music gives you wants to be a millionaire music vibes. It's not like past the first 5 questions music. Oh no, wait, it is. Yeah, because usually it's fast paced in the first 5, then it's slow after each question. Yeah, because usually the first 5 questions are easy, and then each succeeding question gets harder, so the music's a little more slower, but like has that oomph. Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table and noticed. Even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that. Alright, okay. Ads are starting in 10 seconds, so who did it? $1 million question. Alright, ads will start in like a minute now, so I'll take a very quick break so we continue the story together. So the ads will be running soon. I will go to BRB screen because I also need to BRB myself. So yeah, enjoy the clips. If not, sorry for the ads, but yeah, Twitch being Twitch. Hope you stay for that time. If not, please get Turbo. You'll get much more value from that. Anyway, BRB. I did the saw skip! Holy crap. We all know this will like yeet me into this thing here when I hit this on-off switch, right? Called it. Wait, is this level still live? Well, I've downloaded levels nowadays anyway, so... Hi. Yeah, this level probably isn't live anymore. Oh no, these fish are actual fish now. Why is this not triggering? Shouldn't like the donut be already triggering when I'm like at this? Got him. Ah. No! Oh my god. Up pipes. 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 Of course, we have to do the shield dance when you hear the horse race music. Oh god, Piper. Blue Piper, green pipe. Or red pipe. Gotta love the horse race music. That was it? Oh wait, did I face through something or something? Question mark.
In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god. It's a Windows Movie Maker video. I know there's a bullshit block there. There's another bullshit block there, damn it. Ah. the off-screen thwomp, of course. And we back. And I brought some chocolates. Alright. ASMR. Anyway. Sorry about that. I just want something sweet. I've had some tacos for dinner and let's say they were just like indulgent and I need something to break up the oily nature of them. Anyway. Alright, so we presented Giselle, which apparently is wrong. Okay, now I should save Scum. Okay, let me hear your opinion on this matter again. Tell us who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kirk with the Soban.
Take that!
Yeah, okay. Music cut off. If you hear the music cut off in an Ace Attorney game, that means that's the correct answer. Sergeant Iesanosa. It's the baby. Come on, let's be serious. How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that co-banded I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. See, I told you, it's the baby. It's the baby. It's the baby. Watch there be a transformation that the baby's like just some... You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. Then the baby's gonna laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, you fools. Clippity flop. Gah! Yep. Wow. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Even if you know of the extraordinarily low wages that Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe, I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. Okay, to be honest, if this was a modern Ace Attorney game, I would have believed that the baby was the mastermind. That could possibly happen. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's it, why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Wait, how can he afford steak? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm judgmental. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. So, okay. I think Waiter did swap both steaks. When the professor was shot. You, if the police conducted the search and found the coin in my pocket, you'd be finished, Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Dots. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. You are free to leave. Objection! Good luck, everyone. And good day. What's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. It's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't work out, but something she said jarred with me. Good luck, everyone, and good day. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. That's it. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. So, which means this is... No, wait. The knife and fork here looks used. But anyway, I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it will be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
A new student nonsense. What parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, yep, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? Save scum! I only have one. I only have one penalty left.
Take that!
What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed No Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks in there. It looks like Miss Breath has realized something. So if the witnesses, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. What is your actual point? That's not her steak.
Shut up!
Oh, she's sweating now. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I am about to put this rookie in his place. Just... I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Breath? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Do you know where you're going with this? That's not her steak. The mysterious teeth marks on a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. See, yeah, this thing hasn't been touched or have those teeth marks. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. That these teeth marks on the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. What? Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? It's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. This trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Whatever. Last request. Watch this case drag on for an hour and a half more. Who possesses the conclusive evidence, Mr. Waiter guy? The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. You think you've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Parikuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped under the steak. You wash it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put under the coin in fact your own steak? Then shot! Affirmative, of course. Might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was Sergeant Nose's meal. But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. How do you explain this paradox? You're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, the bang. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover, I thought I had it. If he had decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreigner lady's table. You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It is called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! If you're not Prosecutor San, what now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that's all I did, sir. All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant. Well, he stole a coin. That's number one. If Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate that was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Osanaga. Yes, earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Okay, breakdown sneer. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that is actually in the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
Shut up! What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case. It's gonna have the blood marks. No, you're not wriggling your way out this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you'll remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing, which was the blood marks. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that's on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spatter of blood. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it, the plate you were eating from. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak plate and that was originally on the victim's table. Yes! Sorry for keeping you. There's the other steak and its plate. Yep, there's the blood mark. Please feel free to examine it. The blood stain is clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows who that person is. Ugh. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. Breakdown. Outdone by a Japanese? Me by a Japanese schoolboy? No. Yeah. Wow, the swan is alive. And it has chicks, what the hell? Wow, Ace Attorney even in the olden times was very like still weird. Is she gonna fly away now? Okay, why is the prosecution's chick black? Mother Goose has popped out too many. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time we told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Is she just gonna like... Wow, this is very anticlimactic. I was expecting like one more testimony or like show evidence, yada yada yada, before the breakdown. It was I who took the professor's life using Curer. Okay, yep. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curer is unheard of here in Japan. Might as well cook the goose. To be fair, the only like poultry I've had were chicken, duck, and turkey, and that's it. Well, quail as well, but yeah. Anyway, I haven't. Can you actually eat goose? I don't know. Of course, I've never intended to remain. You've had duck once, but nothing. Yeah, I think it's how do you put this? I think it's. Let's just say if chicken is your base, duck would be gamier and fattier. Turkey's a little leaner. Quail's fattier. That's it. That's what I can say if we're gonna compare them. Duck's a little fattier and gamier. Turkey's like, yeah, more tender and like meatier. So yeah, that's why usually people say turkey's like healthier than chicken. So yeah. Anyway, of course, I've never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see that the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear though he's been dining alone and leave it immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be Naruhodo. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Okay, why did she want... What's the motive? In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted the plan on the spur of the moment. So wait, she shot him, but... Okay, she shot him, so... I'm also interested to know what caused the burn marks, or yeah, the bull on his wrist. So I concocted the plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I had happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. What? I decided to use that fact to your advantage. I had the bottle of Curia in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Obviously, duh. Of course. So I was right, there were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed you were sure that you would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you'd bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion. At the point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around, because of course, you needed to make it look the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. But wait, what? I need an explanation for the burn mark. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Oh no, she's gonna kill the judge. I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Naruhodo-san, of course not. Not guilty. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume that the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Taketsuchi Ayuchi does not lose, not to the likes of this rookie student. Of course, Winston Payne, you better start getting used to tough opposition. Arr! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! This insult to the Ayuchi family name will never be forgotten. Ouchie. I realized that it should be ouchie. We have been conceited with age council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Yeah, because like in the modern Ace Attorney, his name is Winston Payne. P-A-Y-N-E, like a pun for pain. And instead of Ayuchi, it's Ouchie. May you never forget that. Oh my god, wow. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. In this trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kasuma Asogi. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of a discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. Ah, he's a spy! As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, in you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Not guilty? It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Oh, instead of confetti, there's like flower petals. Wow. This court is now adjourned. Sakura petals, yeah. Okay, post-case story time. Can't believe it's what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha 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 ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. It's weird actually hearing Japanese food now, considering in Ace Attorney in Phoenix Wright. Hey, wanna get some burgers? Even though, yeah, obviously it's all Japanese. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Teacher guy. Oh no. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Judicial assistant to the defense. Speaking of Mikitoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you've mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wisdom to Yume, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days we worked together in the same hospital. You worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Really? Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but she's been given pardon. Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Vector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate, but what's all this about consular jurisdiction? You cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. Diplomatic immunity? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court like that. Yeah, okay, I'm curious what the motive was for the murder, though. She's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, the day's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. You don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. So this is early 1900s, late 1800s in terms of timeline. That woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink, but Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start by having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Why do you have like blood? You might have tuberculosis. Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Yep, we haven't heard the motive. Wow, she's only 16, really. Okay. Just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference though. Maya was younger. I think Maya's the same. Maya was 16. Yeah. Maya was the same age. Maya was 16. Although, yeah, I think she was 16 in the original game. Let's have a quick check. Yeah, I think she was 16 in the original game. Then obviously aged progressively. Uh, no, she was 17 in the original game. Yep. She was 17 in the original game in Ace Attorney, according to the English localization. I am not sure about the Japanese localization, but in the English localization, she was 17. Alright. Not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, being a defense lawyer, I mean. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. What do you mean that's the point? Listen. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law. Believing in your client. Yep. To believe what? Has to fight for his clients. Yup. Believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick in when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then. Well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Okay, this is a long post game. Wow, this game has really long chapters. You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Rio. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is? You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector. I've arranged some rickshaws. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. Let me guess, he's gonna die in a murder and that's gonna be the next case. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too. And the murder weapon's gonna be a wine bottle. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikitoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. And yes, Inspector Hosonaga. Who didn't really play much of a part, but still, what? It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Okay, so he's still alive. He's not gonna die. End of case 1. Wait, I can like go through the other episodes? No, wait, okay. Before I go to episode 2, I want to check if there are any bonuses for episode 1. Ah, spoiler. Damn it. Okay. Wow, everything's like unlocked. Really. Really, everything is unlocked. Okay. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I think I'm gonna start episode 2. But obviously, knowing this is an Ace Attorney game, there's gonna be an investigation, there's gonna be the trial, etc., etc. So yeah, well, let's see how far we can go up to the story of episode 2 without the first trial. So yeah. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I
Sholmes.
waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
9th January, 6:37 a.m. on board the steamship Buria. Oh, another movie.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Wow, she has an English accent.
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective.
Fake
the only
Russian.
one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes.
Sherlock Sholmes,
I
wow.
presume you must have heard of me.
Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, so Inspector's a sailor now as well. I saw him in the movie earlier. Ugh, head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Ryunosuke. Wait, I can't move. Oh, he's... Don't tell me he's like... a suspect again. Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, huh? Okay, it's Russian sailor. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I don't believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Duh, we found you. And now you pay criminal with a K. How long are you hiding in the tiny wardrobe? Sorry. Now that you've been found, it's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. Okay, so I assume they're all speaking English now. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Mikatoba. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh my god, he killed Kazuma. Well, okay, I know he's dead. You pretend you do not know you're a wolf's in the sheep's belt. You're the killer, don't try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please. Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. These handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? We get in trouble? Ha! Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Wow! Wow, being a stowaway, isn't like that trafficking or something? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed her traveling case onto the floor, I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians won't be forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? Oh, Mikatoba is there. You mean? From your close friend, more to the point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Legal immigrant. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd be better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'd be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. You don't know. Oh, that explains it. You've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes, she looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. University pin. Symbol of Yumei University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't make any sense. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges and stabbing themselves. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pen, they won't accept you as You may... Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost yours twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. It's 901. I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Keep out. And I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said, still, I was sure people would get the idea even if they couldn't read it, so we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. The glue we used to stick this over the wardrobe doors. Oh, that wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that with us, so I pulverized some rice into paste to use it instead. Funny fact, we used to do that when we were kids. So I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. The culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charges, even despite the circumstances? The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer better than anyone. Whatever you say, we're here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on his voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard for me to believe too. Now I've told you everything that I know. It's my turn to ask you a question. Okay, wait. So these are the only two in my profile so far. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. Had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sam's cabin for so long without him noticing? That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. Don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? To smuggle me to England with you? Wow. Illegal immigrant. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing, forget it. He was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then was darker than I've ever seen it before. Sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me from becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, he fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma was killed. Okay, it means that the food was drugged, probably. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really. Is something wrong? No, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you, but the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? So I was right that he was killed or something. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied while whoever did this walks free? I can't allow that to happen! Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. I'm so sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hiya! What the? That was a Susato takedown. Cheek. I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you have achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Australia mode. Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. We can't present the piece of paper. The slip.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before you opened them. And if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside, on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you, so you finally believe in me. I'm sorry, no. I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I don't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start in investigating here. Kazuma, I will avenge your death. So I can't move anywhere, right? To mention Susato-san's constant glare. I think it's fair to say that I'm stuck in this cabin. Yup. Should focus on investigating here to see what I can Okay, comrade is there. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how's it going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? Criminal asking investigator for information about his crime, very funny. Wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. Might have useful information though, I have to keep trying. So last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet, of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard. I'm sure you're careful to look around using the arrow keys, aren't you? Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly prohibited. Well, he has a sword. Why are you staring at me? I was just thinking, are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Wow. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure, either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Seiji, the Japanese word for justice. Brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. His calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Even though you stowed away on this ship. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. She's coming off more as the anti-Maya. Oh my god. Okay, let's check the stable. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma. No. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog. I ate at the table, of course, which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Kazuma sounded like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it, which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean Kazuma spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. That's Kazuma's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the strip. I suppose it just shows how important it was to him. Now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Okay, When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy and just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tensed all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and a thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of us using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. They used an electromagnet. Okay, so let's check out this thing. What do you think this is? A broken piece of glassware. Whatever it appears to have broken, whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark beside it, what's it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Okay, bookshelf. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. Statue of some god of the sea, although he's fallen over as well. Was there turbulence last night? Doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san. It wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and statue. Well, I'll just set everything straight up again. I don't like to see. No, that's like for tampering with evidence. That's tampering with evidence. How dare you? It's a very large traveling case. Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. This way up in Japanese, which in hindsight I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. It was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. It was less painful than a Susato takedown. Okay, why don't you like to check that ink bottle? Come on. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Is it Russian? It's Russian. I don't know. It's in Cyrillic, I guess. For Kazuma-san, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments. Sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese. But then, what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Is it not gonna be put in my evidence list? Would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete, which means he was in the middle of writing when the incident happened. Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. In this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Oh, there's a vent. Okay, let's check the vent last. It's 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time? I think living isn't quite the right description. It must have been rather exciting making this voyage on your own secret hideout. The trouble was I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, he had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Share. How about this? This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean? Contraption. I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really, that sounds almost magical. Room service. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interests of cultural research, obviously. Ding dong! I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. I'm sure that everyone is busy, that's all. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, I would appear to, you're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so rain and spray don't find their way when the seas are rough or something like that. I suppose maybe that's it. Oh my god, who are you? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. How did he... You've noticed the man too, haven't you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. I'm sorry for being short. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he is investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Why don't you, do your takedown? Or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case. But if you press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously. Call a gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Yo, Effervescent Antler, what's up? Welcome on in. I already conversed with Russian guard. Now let's talk with English weird guy. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Oh my god. Greetings. I hope haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything's clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive, just recently returned if I'm not mistaken. Wow. Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh well, that's true at least. But how? How the juice did I know that? Perhaps. It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. But at least this... I don't know who's more competent, this guy or Gumshoe. It's Gumshoe. Gumshoe is a legend. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame, for example. You have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Yeah, Gumshoe buys you dinner even after all those salary deductions. Or salary reviews, rather. And Gumshoe's such a lovable fool. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Wow. And when the beer ribbon occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. It's probably the guard. Or probably the other crew member in the cinematic earlier that has, like, sunburn marks. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this. How did you know I was a Russian assassin with 16 victims to your name? Exposed. And you're plotting a revolution too? It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. Hiya! And I got taken down again. Yay. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, over your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that? Hmm? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. Are you in the court record already? You're not yet, damn it. Ha! I don't think you've introduced yourself. My apologies, how remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women by the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. What a pun. Of course, this game will be full of puns, so it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same. Inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is here, we're saved! Bring me Dick Gumshoe. Or the detective from Ace Attorney 4, or the detective from Ace Attorney 5. Do you know this man? The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. I haven't. What planet have I been living on then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Okay, wait. Before that, court record. Is he here? He's here already. 34. There's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective. Not a person except me, apparently. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I'm none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German. Sherlock was it? Oh my god. This game. No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Will it now be in my court record? Oh yes, Randst magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Well, that should be very expensive when it comes to mail costs or something. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then. Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in this subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I had demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look at me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn for both observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the odd and only her. No. Herlock Sholmes. Okay, Kazuma's death. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. There's none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes. Rand Strand, Wilson Sonwill. The puns, the wordplay. These writers have no originality. I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry into the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Herlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuff seems to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Two facts? Yes, what are the facts? What two facts were apparent? It's him, the man, the legend. Yo, Blur Neko, what's up? Is it Herlock Sholmes? But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Indeed, everyone on the planet has heard of him. Apparently not me. I have been living under a rock all this time. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. There's the vent. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. That's probably racist. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Something. Sigma, AP, A, EOP, something. I don't know Cyrillic, I don't know. That's the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think that Kazuma-san could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Guard the Rob may be the name of the killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. Ooh, is that a foreshadowing to a future case? But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Or he found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you are wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. Wow. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered. Before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, thank you. Photograph of the crime scene. Okay, I want to check out this photograph. So... nothing on the back, so he probably wasn't stabbed anywhere here. Okay. You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. What made you deduce that? Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me? Something. Koheyo. I don't know, I'm reading that word in characters that... I don't know. Anyway, certainly if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian. And I don't speak Russian. Can you talk about your deduction before the things you concluded about me, I mean? The now famous accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... Revolutionary villain Borshev flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. The one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Borshev. Bolshevik. Villain Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. I'm sorry, I can't grow a beard. Well, you're a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Ugh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear in the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. That's a tabloid, I assume. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Article about the revolutionary has been entered into the court record. Yay, now I can read that or probably investigate that. I can't read the word of Russian. Well, there's obviously a plastic surgeon on board and hair transplant. Specialist took the hair from your beard and placed it on top of my head. My hairline's even receding. What the hell? Anyway. Okay, the question is, was plastic even invented at this timeline? This is like early 1900s. Was plastic even invented at that time? Yes, you told us that before. It also reveals that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't here. The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, hello. Is this Pavlova? This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about the beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know, I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It's Pavlova, I guess. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young... I was correct! Oh my god! That was just like a guess, like, isn't Pavlova a ballerina or something? Because I saw the ballet picture. Oh my god! That was a complete guess. She's, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the womaness was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Reminds me of someone from Valkyria Chronicles. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. 20,000 rubles in that time, I don't know. Adjust for inflation, how much would that convert to today's exchange rate? I don't know. Susato's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. The article about the ballerina has been entered into a court record. Alright, that's interesting. Okay. Can I not open this? That's just it, the front and the back. It's just that article. This is an ad, this is the revolution. This is the ballerina. She didn't want to flee, she just wanted to go on Antiques Roadshow. On the back. Yep, okay. Yeah, I did read the back. I read it. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk. Kazuma, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. He read the journal. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it? Where's the kaya? It's my business to know what other people's do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Wanted her descendant. Someday there would be a roadshow. Okay. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark throwdowns? Trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Oh my god. Yep, she's the anti-Maya. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonged to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Wow! Nado, I trust you are suitably impressed. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Ha ha ha! Yeah, this game is so racist. If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, now you're reading his diary. And earlier you didn't allow me to read it. The final entry here in Kazuma's diary consists of two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? That's just new. I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say. The man was presumably referring. Dun dun dun! The lattice there on the wall which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Was there already seasickness medicine in the early 1900s? You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. Double standards. Yeah, I know, right? What? But why? Simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Yes, I have handcuffs. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what were you looking at my niece before? Some great detective. It's the feet. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ha 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 ha, asswipe. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? There's no way I... After Kazuma spent his dying moment struggling to leave us a clue you're willing to give up. You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on. Situation doesn't look too good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can do to find a way out of this. To bring the real culprit to justice. Oh, we have another person here. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes? What can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. Yep, yep. He still has tuberculosis. What are you talking about? I'm not Hosonaga. Oh yeah, he's still Hosonaga. Damn it, he could have at least come up with a fake name. What are you doing here? Am I seeing things? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. And he still like has his hands like this, come on. You certainly enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me get out of this hopeless situation. What are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility for what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm willing to help in any way. Would you like to be infected with coffee blood disease? I know. Tuberculosis is communicable, right? And I assume that's like the respiratory disease at the turn of the century. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. Why does he still have his hands like he's a waiter with a towel or something? Come on. Of course, 3D models or something. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board from morning until night every day. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I must disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Yeah, set me free and give me a permission to investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. Duh. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I break you now. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now, they think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. It's the journal. I do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Just the same as you are in court, you must have done many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosanaga could use. Come on, he could use at least a fake name like Piotr or something. So evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin. Yep, it's the journal. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That's strange. We're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me, the ventilator is it. You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see? I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. I'm not sure if he's gonna die first from tuberculosis or getting like executed. I don't know. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move! Alright, let's see what we can find out. I can now move! Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really, that must be awful. Hey, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. Oh, hey, it's an alarm. Let's set it off. I know, right? Let's go. Arosadan, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, he can't leave the cabin. I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please do not give me that pitying look. That's the way to the second-class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. Might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk running away. There's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Okay, can I talk to Comrade? Okay, the marks on his face, like, I think it's a reference to an Ace Attorney case. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, then we try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Ah, how dare he. Sexist. Classist. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day. I'm not Sailor. My mother gave me name. I am Senior Crewman Biff Stroganoff. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff. Oh my god! Jeez, that's another pun. Oh my god, that's very Jeez. I guess you see the pun. You see the pun here. So who wants some food about this first-class cabin area? Here we are in finest part of Buria's steamship for very important person. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, king and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. These characters are making me hungry. Okay, I have some Maltesers here that are actually blooming now because of the air. That's why I'm always guarding place. That's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Is that Nya or... I don't know. Susato-san, do you understand that? Sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. No, the Russian for no is niet, right? Genius. It's not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin. Da, it's niet. Niet. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. That's probably a pun, but I don't get it yet. He is very important Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such man would have no interest in lowly student from an insignificant Far East island. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, can you tell us about last night at all? It's sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night? Of course. And did you not notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hey! I don't know what that means. Did you understand that? It was clearly a... I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you did not hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say no more now. It's time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is sticking locked all times. You escape when the lobster vessels on top of the mountain, or as English say, when pigs fly. Now we can investigate this area properly. Definitely. Okay, so that's the door, that's the chair. Okay, what's this? Ship protocol book. That book on top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Really, is that not in the court record? I would have expected that to be added to the court record. Is this the ship map? This looks like a plan of the SS Berea. It shows each deck. Look. The Berea is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. It's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink in the bottom of the ocean? Buoyancy! Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago, the islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they just don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily in the sea since the gods created them. Ah, well, I suppose so. Is this my cabin? This is it. It's the cabin next door. Okay, the one with the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in the cabin can help solve that particularly mystery. Let's ask. No, don't go in yet. Don't go in yet! I want to, like, investigate the rest. No answer. Okay, we can investigate the rest of this area. How annoying. What do you think this is? Oh, what does this button do? That's the emergency alarm. Probably best not to touch it. Touch. It says press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets the alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing? But this is an emergency situation. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If I have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Ah! What was that? That came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Oh my god, it's this guy. Mr. Shom. I wanted to, like, investigate the mouse trap. Come on. There's a mouse trap there. Technically, the islands of Japan demonstrate that land can exist above water. They don't explain why a ship floats. Herlock Sholmes is here. We're saved? Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the juice can I dispatch this muscular urge? Urgh! I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Brett is inside. Oh, it's Comrade. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. You heard the woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are. I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. How dare you? I'm a great detective. Yada yada yada. You may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine just like a business card. Sholmes will save us. I do not trust detective. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within the walls. But there wouldn't be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. She's under the bed. So might I be bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Case is shooked. Leave now, otherwise, I call steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Grimesby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Oh, now I can talk to you. You know what? Let's examine things first. Of course, Sherlock is like... Herlock is there. So there are hooks, there's this thing. Oh, there's some tea. What do you think you're doing? This my cabin, get out. You just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No. What a pity, I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do, I agree. But there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. What the hell, everything's like check now. Don't trust detectives, well, would you trust Russian assassins then? Probably. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobes whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. I don't know how to feel about the Herlock Sholmes theme. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Vodka? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards is closely exposed? Would you like to witness it? Yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may as well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness or Russian on his account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either those two things should be occurring to you or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, is it a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence? It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. What you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two inconvertible conclusions. What is it? Oh my god, you're Pavlova in costume. Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Gasp. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Ha! And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh no, I never have imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What an ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Choo-choo. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The game is afoot. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Oh my god, this is the Ace Attorney universe. Like, all characters are over the top. Remember the bellboy and like Ace Attorney 1? You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, this fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Violent Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Topic 2, wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott, take an unawareness. People have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we, you careless Who Doyle betrays you? Once again, we only need follow our furtive glance to find the answer. It's the ballerina. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. Or there's another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary at the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction, and according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. That was too over the top. Thank you, Sholmes. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, come over here a moment. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we've had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at that time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. First glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. It is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. Wow, child abuse. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady's 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lightness in their bodies. What? For such a shower bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself, to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. You must be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhuda, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself. It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions? But very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. Oh my god. Wow. I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Ha ha ha. Can we just end this right now? It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow, take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What? Where are your handcuffs? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock shows spread percent. His logic and reasoning spectacular. Wait, let's save. Anyway. Course correction. Hold it. Hold it. So, the dubious looking Russian Mr. Roylott, obviously. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. What could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. If you do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shrome's deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? It's only giving me the option of the beard and the hat. It's very thick hat, isn't it? Before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold, and a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother Not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Oh wait, you can like... Oh my god, this is Pavlova. Looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what is it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing from underneath his thick black hair? Stunningly beautiful. Something definitely not right here. It's obviously a wig under a wig. That's only the things I can like... Wait, coat buttons. Are you looking at the buttons on this coat? Could it be that Mr. Roylott was planning to cut these off? Why, well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. Then couldn't you just take off your gloves first? So he was going to use the scissors to cut off his gloves then. Nothing suspicious with your hair. Okay, it's definitely the hair.
Yes!
You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, wow, that's sexist. One still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No, it's the article about the ballerina. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the woman's really a young woman. Why are you staring at me like that? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction. The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. The renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina, Nikola Pavlova. Wow, that could have that hurts. Like if a scissor like went through your head. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes. Oh my god, wait, the speckled band, it's the tiara. The proof of her crime sits before our very eyes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, so she clearly can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, Roy Lott is in that case. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around Mr. Sholmes? That shows this woman is up to. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. Never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on. What, me? It's called the man tiara. I couldn't possibly, it's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! And now they're about to like name a dessert after you in Australia, right? I have no one, no family, no friends, I'm alone, and all I need is money. Hint, do royalties. But I did not steal the tiara. It's like Schrodinger's cat, she's both inside and outside the case. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. There remains one unsolved mystery about you. What's in the case? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. Is it reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed? It's the baby from the first case. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Are you not well suited to a life of crime, are we? You careless. Who Doyle betrays you? Once again, we only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. What? He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely. But it does seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Why she won't open her case, and it must be somewhere in the same area. It's the statue? Books on the shelf. Oh, it's the rules of passage. She has a pet in the... or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. There is exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe. Naruhodo-san. Oh, Effer, you might be right. There might be a cat inside the suitcase. Or shut inside. Hey, no worries, Coburn. Okay, I just want to see what the small picture is. This charming little picture, isn't it? Well, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Yep, it's the...
Yes!
Yep, no pets. She has something in the case. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in your cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage in this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is a parrot. Ah! Possession of a prohibited animal. Deduction complete. My god, their partnership seems too campy. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimesby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet's company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Bury is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took a guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That verbal tinkling of a bell by none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how did you say, disgust myself so no one would recognize me. Disguise. As a result, you transformed yourself into that old man. Put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. Well, you have a meringue cake named after you, so... So I decided to cut all my hair as fast as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? So there's just one more thing I'd like to know. What's inside the case? Yep. You're right, it's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say any to the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something, Mr. Shom's great deduction? It was certainly something. I'm just not entirely sure what, but at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, one more thing. Observe your wrists. The handcuffs are back. Your hands are cuffed again. But how? Magic! There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say it can't be helped at the moment. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the Speckled band that Kazuma-san wrote about in his diary as well. It's the tiara. I assume it's the tiara and she's hiding it in the vent. But anyway, okay, that'll be it for the night. I have been streaming for 4 hours and it's almost 11 here, so let's save this. So yeah, we'll end here. We'll continue this probably on Tuesday or Monday. I don't know. Anyway, okay, I'll snooze this for a while. So anyway, everyone, thank you very much for joining, and that will be it for tonight. So tomorrow I'll be off, and on Saturday, yeah, the usual Mario Maker 2 stream. For New Year's, I don't know my schedule. I may or may not be okay. For the 31st, my 31st, that would be Sunday morning my time, but that would be Saturday evening for the US. Yeah, I will be streaming the last what they call this, the last continued interest tournament for SMB 35. On the first, I will be off. I don't know, that depends. On the second, I might be on, but yeah, it depends on the time because I do have work again on the third. So yeah, we'll see if we'll continue this. We'll play another game, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, this is really interesting. So this really what they call this. This really diverts from the usual Ace Attorney games, especially with that deduction thing. So that was interesting. Anyway, all right. Yeah, let's find someone to raid. Yeah, again, before I end socials, so yep, YouTube. So go check that out. Yeah. All right. Okay, I am seeing spoilers now in the Great Ace Attorney category, so I will move away from that. Somebody's playing case 1, but it's not in English. Someone in English is in another case, so yeah. Excuse me. Anyway, let's find someone to raid. Who's on tonight? Hey, no worries, Effervescent Antelope, thanks, Coburn. I don't know who to raid tonight. Who else is on my follow list? Oh, really? Drake's not on. Interesting. Someone's ahead of me. Someone's ahead of me in the same case. So I want to avoid spoilers, so I'll just go with some of my follows. Yeah, Tweedrad wrapped up as well. Okay, wait. I think I see someone who I can raid. Let me just check. Are you still streaming? Will you? Okay, okay, we'll raid another Filipino streamer this time. We'll raid Megamar. He is usually a Mega Man streamer, if you can deduce by the name, but he is casually playing Patapon right now. So yeah, let's go raid Megamar. I rarely raid Filipino streamers, so I think now's a good time to do so. So anyway, again, everyone, thank you very much. I will see you on Saturday for more Mario Maker, and then in the new year for other stuff. Anyway, again, everyone, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, rest of your night, and I will see y'all next time. Bye!